understand that she is represented by counsel Diane Ellis.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure to have you with us. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will each of you raise your right hand, please? Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Do we have any preliminary matters, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask, first of all, the amended complaint, referring to the second page, the first paragraph, it says that respondent was employed as an RN. We would like to amend that to say LPN. There's a clerical error in the amended complaint, and we would request that be corrected if there's no objection.
No objection.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect that amendment, please. Anything further?
We request introduction of B1 through B14 into evidence today, and counsel opposite has been provided a copy of these documents.
Have you had a chance to review those, counsel?
I have, yes, sir. No objection.
All right, thank you. They are admitted. As I stated previously, will we begin with opening statements? Ms. Salzman, we'll start with you.
Thank you. We are here today for a hearing before the board panel on the suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Celeste Williams. Ms. Williams was first licensed as an LPN in Mississippi on March 28, 2022. On or about November the 3rd, 2022, an order was issued suspending her license to practice nursing. The evidence today will show that on or about June 8, 2022, Mrs. Williams was employed as an LPN at Singing River Hospital in Gulfport, Mississippi, and admitted to a medication error with a patient. Specifically, she admitted to having administered 4 milligrams of Valium to a patient instead of the 2 milligrams that were ordered for the patient. Then just 3 days later, on June 11th, 2022, Mrs. Williams was observed by coworkers removing clothes in the parking lot and climbing into a nearby ditch. Later that same day, she was observed by a security officer laying on a table in the cafeteria and screaming. She appeared incoherent and was observed as having uneven dilated pupils. Mrs. Williams then went to the emergency room where she was submitted to a drug screen and was also administered a CT scan for a possible head injury. The evidence today will show that Mrs. Williams has a pattern of engaging in conduct that's likely to harm the public. The evidence will show that she's been arrested 6 times between 2014 and 2022. While not all of these charges resulted in conviction, she did fail to disclose her conviction for reckless driving from April 19, 2017 on her application for licensure before this board in 2022. And since being licensed as a nurse in March of 2022, Mrs. Williams has been arrested for domestic dispute in August of 2022. Today, the evidence will show that Mrs. Williams violated the following charges: that she's engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined by the board and its rules, namely misappropriation, deception, or failure to disclose information as requested on licensure or board of nursing documentation when attempting to secure a nursing license. It will show that she engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined by the board and its rules, in that she possessed, obtained, furnished, or administered drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. It will show that respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. The evidence today will show that respondent engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. And lastly, it will show that respondent has a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders her unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to continue suspension of Mrs. Williams' license or to revoke her license to practice as an LPN in this state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Salzman. Ms. Ellis.
Ms. Williams has some arrests that she did not disclose. The arrests have all been expunged. And pursuant to the order and section 99-1557 of the city code, it is provided that she's returned to the state before the arrest, and that she's not, under any provision of any law to be guilty of perjury or otherwise giving false statement by reason of a failure to recite or acknowledge such arrest, indictment, and prosecution in response to any inquiry made of her for any purpose. So, although she did not disclose the arrest, she, like the law, had no obligation to do so and cannot be held to have committed perjury and not disclosed. That's the purpose of an expungement. The position they occupy before arrest.
But that is for each of the,
Yes, sir. She's had them expunged. She made some mistakes when she was younger. She has grown and matured a lot since then.
right, thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Austin, can you begin the case?
Yes. The board calls investigator Wayne Jameson. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Wayne Jameson, Hines County, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since 1991.
And what is your position with the board?
Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in the summary suspension and or the revocation of a licensee?
I have.
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received about individuals licensed by this board?
Yes.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B3 and identify that document, please.
It's licensure verification information.
And who is this verification for?
Celeste Diane Williams.
And what is her license number?
License number is 329-278.
And what is her license type?
Licensed practical nurse.
And what does it say under license discipline?
Suspended
And when was she first issued her license?
She was issued her license on March 28, 2022.
Thank you. If you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
B5 is the notice of a hearing.
If you would, go into the fourth page of B5. Would you identify that document, please?
This document is the order suspending license.
And who is the licensee listed on this order?
Celeste Williams.
And is this order signed?
Yes, it is.
And what was the date of that signature?
November 3rd, 2022.
And so is this order what suspends Mrs. Williams' license?
Yes.
If you would turn into the next page, please identify that document as well.
This document is the amended complaint.
And if you would, who is the respondent listed on this amended complaint?
Celeste Williams.
If you could just briefly summarize what the charges are against Mrs. Williams today.
Charge 1 is that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1L, and that respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined by the board in its rules, namely misrepresentation, deception, or failure to disclose information as requested on any licensure or board of nursing document when attempting to secure or obtaining nursing license. Charge 2 is that the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as defined by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Charge 3, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practices. Charge 4, the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Charge 5, the respondent has a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders the license unable to perform nursing services or duties with reasonable skill and safety.
And turn into the second page of the amended complaint. Could you tell us what additional facts are listed as the basis for these charges?
On or about May 23rd, 2014, the respondent was arrested for disorderly conduct. On or about February 20, 2017, she was arrested for domestic violence, simple assault. Disposition of this charge is unknown. The initial charge on May 23rd, 2014, the respondent was found guilty of that offense. And on or about March 18, 2017, the respondent was arrested for child endangerment, felony pursuit, reckless driving, and no proof of insurance. The proof of insurance charge was dismissed, but she pled guilty to the charge of reckless driving and racing on April 19, 2017. On 12/30/2017, the respondent was arrested for public intoxication. This charge was dismissed. On July 16, 2022, respondent was arrested for trespassing. This charge was dismissed. Now, on or about August 3rd, 2022, she was arrested for a domestic dispute. The disposition of this charge is currently unknown.
And if you would, please additionally tell us what facts are listed in addition to the criminal history related to Mrs. Williams and the amended complaint.
Basically, she was employed as an LPN at Singing River Hospital in Gulfport, and on or about June 8, 2022, she signed out 2 diazepam, 2 milligram, one at 1:54 a.m. and one at 2:17 a.m. She only documented administering 1 diazepam, 2 milligram, and that was at 2:28 a.m. The respondent self-reported that she had made a medication error and admitted to administering 4 milligram of Valium to the patient instead of 2 milligram.
And lastly, what was the additional facts listed in the amended complaint?
Okay, on or about June 11th, 2022, she was observed by coworkers removing her clothes in the parking lot, was observed throwing the clothes, and was observed climbing into a nearby ditch. Later that same day, June 11th, 2022, she was observed by a security officer screaming and laying on a table in the cafeteria with her shoes and socks off. When approached by security, the respondent mumbled many incoherent statements. She was then observed as having uneven dilated pupils and appeared to be having lucid thoughts mixed with sporadic random comments. The respondent agreed to go to the emergency department and submitted to a reasonable suspicion drug screen, which came back positive for amphetamines and benzodiazepines. And also, while in the emergency department, the respondent did admit that she had taken Concerta that was prescribed to her cousin.
If you would, please turn to Exhibit B8. And identify this group of documents, please.
Is the documents that's provided by Singing River Hospital in response to a subpoena by the board.
Let's go to the 7th page of B8. Would please read to the board what is listed under the entry 6/13/2022 at 6:59 a.m.
Upon arrival to the unit on 6/8/2022, Celeste Williams notified me that she had accidentally given the guest 4 milligram of Valium instead of 2. She stated she misunderstood the order. Jasmine Smith stated that she tried to tell her the order was only for 2, but that she did not listen and administered it anyway. No adverse reactions.
And if you would, please turn to the next page, which will be the 8th page in Exhibit B8, and tell us what it says under the entry 6/11/22, 13:42 p.m.
Follow up with Jacqueline regarding patient and family concern regarding medication error. Pixel's report shows duplicate pull of Valium around 2:00 a.m. on June 8, 2022. Discussed and agreed to make notification to the family regarding the med error and to expect follow-up from risk management next week.
And then if you would turn to the next page and identify what that document is, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
This page is an interview that was conducted with Celeste Williams. And the interview was conducted by Tina DeCase, the risk manager,
And what's the date of this statement
June 20th, 2022,
and the time?
8:15 a.m.
And are all these documents we're discussing true and correct copies of what you received pursuant to the subpoena from Singing River?
Yes, they are.
Please read us the first two paragraphs of this statement and then stop, please.
On June 7th, I finished all my med passes and was exhausted. I have to use someone else's code to get into WOW. I did my med pass, exhausting. I asked other nurses, what should I give her? And they said, give Valium. The patient had Toradol and Ultram ordered 2. There was a 4 in the blank, like it got put in there accidentally. I looked at it with Jasmine, LPN, and so I gave 4 milligrams of Valium. Epic MAR, after scanning med 2 times because in dose blank, I think 4 was accidentally hit on keyboard. I realized flag was not regular flag, but had already handed meds to patient. Reported to charge nurse, baseline versus on patient, baseline BS on patient, monitor closely till end of shift. No adverse effects.
And just to be clear, the medication error occurred on what date?
That was June 7th.
So she lists June 7th. And if you would, please turn back 2 pages to the 7th page of B8 and look at the entry dated 6/11 or 12/14. Specifically, please read the very last paragraph under this entry.
Then I was notified by Vanessa Flores, LPN, that the patient in room 418 and her daughter wished to speak with me about a potential medication error. The patient stated Ms. Williams came into her room today and said, I gave you too much Valium and I'm sorry. Patient states the employee was spacey and she did not trust her. Patient had asked the employee 3 times to remove her blanket from her bed before the employee finally followed directions. The patient does not know when the extra dose occurred, though. Patient does report she was very drowsy yesterday.
And did Mrs. Williams readily admit the medication error to both staff and the patient's family?
Yes.
And if you would, staying on the same page, please read the entry dated 6/13 at 11:49 a.m.
Event actually occurred on MRN 106-57637. RN removed a total of 2 diazepam 2 milligram tablets on June 8, 2022, one at 1:54 and one at 2:17. Documentation shows that only 1 diazepam 2 milligram tablet was administered on June 8, 2022 at 2:28. See attached files. Per report, LPN administered both tablets to that patient. Patient's family reported that the patient was more drowsy, but no harm to the patient. Then it refers to SM 2291.
So just to be clear, Ms. Williams self-reported that she gave the patient 2 diazepam instead of 1 diazepam. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But the documentation showed that only 1 administration of 1 diazepam.
Right.
And is diazepam Valium? Is Valium the brand name for diazepam?
Yes.
And again, are all these records true and correct copies of what you received during your investigation from Singing River?
Yes, they are.
I'm now going to redirect you to the events that occurred on June 11th, 2022. If you would, please turn to Exhibit B9. On the first page, could you please identify that document?
Okay, this document is a police report from the Singing River Police Department.
And what type of incident was this?
This was a welfare concern.
And who is the offender listed on this report?
The offender is Celeste Williams,
And who is the officer that made this report?
Daniel McKinney.
And what is the report list as the offense date?
June the 11th, 2022.
What time was this report state the offense was reported?
Looked like at 9:15.
And if you would, please read the report synopsis.
On June 11th, 2022, at approximately 09:15 hours, Officer D. McKinney encountered Celeste Williams, employee, screaming while laying on a table with her shoes off in the cafeteria. Williams could not answer any of Officer McKinney's questions and appeared to be having an episode of psychosis. Williams was later escorted to the emergency department to be seen.
Would please tell us what the narrative says in this report related to the events on June 11th.
On June 11th, at approximately 09:15 hours, Officer D. McKinney, was conducting an interior patrol at 15200 Community Road, Singing River, Gulfport, when I heard screaming coming from the cafeteria. Upon arrival, I encountered Celeste Williams, employee, laying on a table with her shoes and socks off screaming. I then encountered multiple cafeteria employees who informed me Williams was displaying very odd behaviors. I approached Williams and asked her what was going on, and she mumbled many incoherent statements. Williams then attempted to walk away from me, so I informed her that she needs to stop and talk with me. Williams complied with my order and informed me she works on the 4th floor. Williams repeatedly stated she needed to get back to work. I then contacted Officer Caldwell and Thompson to stand by with Williams while I contacted House Supervisor T. Enfinger. After Enfinger arrived, he spoke with Williams and informed her she needs to be seen by the emergency department. Officer Caldwell and Thompson escorted Williams to the emergency room, and I spoke with cafeteria employees. Cafe employees, Wendy Kennedy, informed me she witnessed Williams change her clothes in the back parking lot and throw her clothing. Kennedy stated Williams then climbed into the ditch and appeared to be screaming. Kennedy advised that Williams then followed other cafe employees into the hospital. I then went to the SNF unit where Williams worked with Enfinger and spoke with employee Sharon Timms. Timms advised that Williams just started working with them and has expressed some bizarre behaviors. Tim stated that Williams arrived late today and then suddenly disappeared to go to her vehicle. Officer Caldwell and I then collected Williams' property from her locker and brought it down to the emergency room. Campus Police Supervisor Cam Hughes was informed of the incident and Williams was seen by medical staff.
And in that narrative, did he reference a Timothy Enfinger?
Yes, T. Enfinger.
T. Enfinger. Let's turn to Exhibit B8, page 10, and identify that document, please.
Okay, this is a statement from the supervisor that managed Celeste Williams' incident.
And is this an email statement?
It's an email statement, yes, from Timothy Enfinger to Heather Rowley.
And what's the date and time?
The date is June 22nd, 2022, 8:24 a.m.
And would you tell me what Mr. Empfinger's statement says?
When I came in contact with Celeste Williams in the cafeteria, she was in a confused state. I would describe it as a delirium. She had moments where she seemed rational, but was mostly confused. Joe, security, and I accompanied her to the ER for evaluation. Once she got there, she seemed to become more confused. I did not attempt to get her to sign consent because she was in this confused state. Later, the doctor, I believe Dr. Anderson, made her a psychiatric hold. I asked him to perform a 10-panel drug screen to assist in the evaluation of the employee.
So let's turn back now one page within Exhibit B8. I believe we're turning back to what you previously identified as the interview with Ms. Williams and Tina in the case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And earlier we discussed what transpired around 6/7, 6/8 of 2022. And now let's go to the second portion of this statement. Please start with when I asked Celeste and read Mrs. Williams' comments to Mrs. McCase.
when I asked Celeste if she remembers being at the cafeteria or removing some of her clothes, she stated, "I fell and hit my head. I don't remember. I just remember getting up. I have a good sense of direction. My front right side of head was pounding. I was out in the back of the hospital and I don't even remember how I got out there. I remember leaving the floor and told them I was going out to my car. I didn't trip. I don't know if my sugar dropped. I had everything going on thinking about med era. My feelings were hurt. I only had an egg sandwich earlier that day. So I couldn't find my badge and a lady let me into the hospital. I just need to find the cafeteria so I'll know where I'm at. My shoes were wet. Why? I don't know. I tripped again. I don't even know if I tripped again. So I get in the cafeteria trying to get my shoes off. Security came in and asked what I was doing there. I told him I went out to my car. Then Tim came in and sent me to the ER for a CAT scan. I was very, very overloaded. I don't want things done. They didn't check my pupils or feel for a knot. Nope, you're just going to get a CAT scan. I don't really want to do this. I did take a urine screen. I do take Adderall. I feel like no one listened to me and no assessment done. Tina reminded her about reports of her removing her clothes. She states she does not remember any of that. I never go to my car. I just remember fragments, and I have a great memory. Yes, I was in the ER and they wanted to hold me for 72 hours and evaluate me. I just waited and ate a sandwich. They gave me Ativan because of getting the CAT scan. Again, she states she doesn't remember taking off my clothes. After 3 days, they sent me to behavioral health. Who made that decision? I needed to go home and rest my poor head. They pumped me full of meds I don't take, GBH. On the third day, when I started feeling better, I was in there 5 days. I was told I need to see the doctor first. I've been tested for bipolar and many different things. I need to know if I need to go find another place to work.
And if you would, please turn back one page in Exhibit B8 to the 8th page. And read to us the second paragraph under the entry 6/11/12/14, starting with meanwhile, Daniel was security.
Meanwhile, Daniel with security stated Ms. Williams had removed part of her clothing while outside. He found a bra and her name badge somewhere outside.
So the badge that was lost was later recovered outside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after Ms. Williams was found in the cafeteria by Officer McKinney, where was she taken?
Taken to the emergency department.
And was a drug screen administered at that time?
Yes.
Please turn to Exhibit B11 and identify that document, please.
B11 is the drug testing custody and control form.
And is it signed by Ms. Williams?
The signed, no.
And why was it not signed by Mrs. Williams?
I believe the supervisor earlier mentioned that because of her state, we did not ask for consent.
And who is the donor listed on the bottom right corner of this document?
Celeste Diane Williams.
Please turn to the next page of B11 and identify that document.
These are the drug screen results
For who?
for Celeste Williams.
And what was the collection date and time?
June 11th, 2022, 14:09, 2:09 p.m.
And what was the result?
The results were positive.
If you would turn to the next page in B11 and identify that document, please.
These are the drug screen results from the medical record.
What was the collection date?
The collection date was June 11th, 2022, 12:12.
And what did it show Mrs. Williams tested positive for? It may be on the next page.
Tested positive for amphetamine and benzodiazepine.
If you would, please turn to B14 and identify that document.
B14 is PMP, Prescription Monitoring Program report.
And what is that?
This is a report of controlled substances that's been prescribed for Ms. Celeste Williams.
And based upon your review of the PMP and the prescriptions for Ms. Williams during the June 2022 timeframe, was she prescribed I'm sorry, I'm butchering this, amphetamine? Yes, was she prescribed that?
Yes, she was prescribed dextroamphetamine.
And what's the brand name for that?
That is Adderall.
So the positive result for amphetamines can be explained by the Adderall prescription, is that correct?
Yes.
Please turn to Exhibit B13 and identify that document. Or identify that group of documents in B13. What is this group of documents in B13?
These are certification of records from Singing River Gulfport.
And are these true and correct copies of what you obtained from Singing River?
Yes.
You would turn to page 55 and identify this document. I believe the number is identified in the bottom right-hand corner. Sorry, it's in the left-hand corner.
Okay, this is a drug screen for Celeste Williams.
And what was the collection date on this drug screen?
Collection date was July 1, 2012.
I'm sorry, I had him turned to the wrong thing. Let's go to B13, label page 31. Document, please.
This is the emergency department provider notes.
From what date?
June 11th, 2022.
And who is the patient?
Patient is Celeste Williams.
Please tell us how Mrs. Williams presented to the ER on June 11th, 2022.
Patient was found in cafeteria on table screaming. Patient is emotional and tearful, inappropriate, responsible to normal questions and assessment.
You would continue reading on the second page. At the very top under HPR.
Okay. According to security, the patient was found in the cafeteria acting abnormally. Patient is allegedly a tech on the 4th floor of this hospital and changed clothes after work, threw her clothes over a fence, changed and went back to the cafeteria. She states she misses her dad and denies falling in the cafeteria. History is severely limited due to AMS.
Please turn to B13, page 33. And tell us what she reports under this section entitled drug use.
She reports taking Concerta that belonged to her cousin.
Is that a Schedule II controlled substance?
Yes.
And did your review show any prescription for Concerta on the PNP?
No.
In the interview that Mrs. Williams gave with was done with Miss Tina in the case, did she state that she had been given Ativan before her CT scan?
Refer back to the,
Okay.
which one?
I believe that is in page 9 of exhibit B8.
Yes, she does state she was given Ativan.
If you were to go back to B13, page 38, and tell us the last medication that was given to Mrs. Williams in the emergency room that day. If you recall, you can say it. It's B13, page 38.
Okay, the last MAR action was Versed.
So Versed was administered prior to her CT scan.
I'm not sure if it was administered prior.
Okay, what was the time that it was administered or ordered?
Okay, June 11th, 2022 at 10 o'clock.
And is Versed a benzodiazepine?
Yes.
Staying on page 38, tell us what is listed under ED course and medical decision.
Patient presents to the ED with altered mental status per the HPI. Patient hemodynamically stable, leading differentials are AMS, infection, psychosis, drug abuse. Patient with bizarre erratic behavior, some reports of fall, but patient unable to provide any insight. Patient with history of anxiety, bipolar depression, mood disorder, recent increase of Adderall to 20 milligrams twice daily, 4 days ago. Patient placed on psych hold as she does not appear capable to take care of herself. Very bizarre, inappropriate behavior.
You could turn to page 40 of B13, what's marked page 40. And tell us what the final impression is on this note.
Mood disorder, psychosis, unspecified psychosis type.
If you would, please turn to what's marked as page 2 and B13 and identify that portion of B13.
This is a psychiatric history and physical exam.
What date?
The date is June 24th, 2014.
And who is the patient?
The patient is Celeste Williams.
Looking at the next to last paragraph, how does she present on this date?
Celeste Diane Williams is a 20-year-old female who presents for court to me. She has papers with her assigned by the change record. She is being admitted to the psychiatrist for mood swings, volatile behavior, cutting herself, bulimia, acting out, hallucinations, being a threat to herself and others.
Would you turn to what has been marked as page 9 and B13 and identify that portion of B13? If you would tell me the date of this record. And
June,
go ahead.
June 24th, 2014.
Going down, please go to 17 and tell us the date of that record to 2017.
Okay, July 10th, 2017.
And who's the patient in these records?
The patient is Celeste Williams.
And if you would tell us what the last paragraph of this visit from July 10th, 2017 describes Mrs. Williams.
A history of present illness. Ms. Williams is a 23-year-old white female with a history of mood disorder, bulimia, as well as personality disorder, who was admitted to 1NW for further evaluation and treatment. She presented to the emergency room after police were called to her grandmother's house as the patient had been very agitated and combative. Apparently, she had recently been in jail for about 1 month, and a bail bondsman was driving her home when she started acting in a bizarre manner. Reportedly, she got out of the car and started doing cartwheels and was screaming and yelling religious ideas. When the patient arrived on the unit for her behavior continued to escalate. She was hyper-religious and quite disorganized, was unable to be redirected, and required, when necessary, medications to help her calm. At one point, she was running down the hallway naked doing cartwheels. The patient remains disorganized and delusional this morning.
Let's stop there. If you would turn to page 12 and tell us what the diagnosis was for this July 10th, 2017 visit.
The diagnosis was psychotic disorder, rule out schizoaffective disorder versus bipolar disorder versus schizophrenia, history of bulimia.
And again, are all the records we've discussed today true and correct copies of what you were provided
Yes,
during your investigation?
yes.
If you would, let's turn to page 16 of B13 and identify that portion of these documents.
This is a discharge summary,
And what's the date of that summary?
July 21, 2017.
And please state the discharge diagnosis listed in this record.
The discharge diagnosis is bipolar disorder, manic with psychosis, cluster B traits.
And for purposes of time, we haven't gone through each and every incident related to Mrs. Williams, but is it fair to say that she has a lengthy history of mental illness?
According to the records, there's reference that indicates such, yes.
And if you would, let's turn to B7 and identify those documents, please. Start with the first document in B7. Could you tell us the incident date and the offender and the charge?
The date of the incident was May 23rd, 2014. The offense was disorderly conduct. And this is in regards to Celeste Williams.
If you will, please turn to the fourth page and tell us what that document is.
This is a copy of the court abstract.
And what's for, who is the defendant listed on the court abstract?
Celeste Diane Williams.
What's the court?
This is Jackson County Justice Court,
What's the date of offense
5/23/2014.
and the disposition date?
The disposition date is May 23rd, 2014.
And the judgment of the court?
Guilty.
And is this what she reported on her application for licensure with the Board of Nursing?
This is she did.
Yes.
Yes.
Please turn to the next page, page 5, and identify that report.
This is an incident report dated 2/20/2017, Jackson County Sheriff's Department. The offense is domestic violence, simple assault.
And is it correct that we have no disposition for this charge?
That's correct.
And if you would turn to the incident report dated 3/18/17. Please identify the defendant
The defendant is Celeste Williams.
and what's the charge?
Charge is child endangerment,
And what's the date of this incident report?
3/18/2017.
If you would turn to the next page. What's the date of this incident?
3/18/2017.
Who's the defendant?
Celeste Williams,
What's the charge?
reckless driving,
In the next page,
and no proof of insurance is a second charge.
if you would turn to the next page as well. And go to the following page. And if you would turn one more page over, past the narrative. And identify that document.
This is a court abstract,
And who's the defendant
Celeste Williams.
in the court,
This is Jackson County Justice Court,
date of violation,
3/18/2017,
and the disposition date?
4/19/2017.
And was she found guilty?
Yes, she was.
And was this reported on her, is this 2017 reported on her application for licensure with the board? Let's look at that. Turn to page, let me see what this is. Turn to exhibit B6 and identify that document, please.
Is the application completed for Celeste Diane Williams for LPN?
And if you would turn to the second page. What's one of the discipline questions that are asked of applicants with the board?
Have you been convicted of a misdemeanor other than minor traffic violations
And
or entered into an agreed disposition?
if you would turn to the next page, what did she list? What did she answer?
She answered yes.
And what did she list as that reason?
She listed disorderly conduct in 2014 due to knocking on partner's bedroom windows.
Did she list the 2017 misdemeanor conviction in her application?
No,
And are all these documents that we've referenced true and correct copies of what you received during your investigation?
yes, they are.
And could you tell me what the total amount of times your investigation showed that she was arrested by the Jackson County Sheriff's Office between 2014 and 2022?
The total number was 6.
I have no further questions.
Tell us if you have any questions for this witness.
What is your understanding of the effect of exposure? As
What-
far as, what is your understanding of the effect of an expungement as far as reporting requirements?
My understanding is if this, a record is expunged, then it basically no longer exists.
Okay. And you understand that some of these charges that she did not report were expunged?
I'm hearing that today for the first time. Yes.
Um, That's all I have. That's my question.
Any questions from the panel for this witness? Any follow-up, Ms. Awesome?
No, Your Honor,
Anticipating further testimony from this witness?
I do not.
May be excused. Anything further from the state at this time?
No, Your Honor, we rest.
Dallas?
I recall Celeste Williams. Ms. Williams, you've heard, some of the testimony, you've viewed some of the records. Tell me about your arrest. With, let's start.
Ms. Williams, would you move the microphone a little closer to you, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm usually pretty loud. I don't need one as much as she does. Let's start with B7. Let's start with the arrest from 5/23 of 2014.
And that was the domestic.
Yes.
As far as that one goes, I'm not exactly sure because that was actually in our custody, but that was when he threw me out of the house and I had like the bruises on my knees. So I don't know how I never hurt him, I guess you would say.
Okay.
The option to either call someone to come get me and I couldn't get anyone on the phone to come pick me up. And so they said, well, because you can't get someone to come pick you up, you're going to jail. I said, okay.
Did you report this one to the Board of Nursing when you?
I didn't know about that one.
Okay, you didn't realize.
No, ma'am.
And then next one is on 2/20 of 2017. This is really in these things. What was this one?
What does it say?
That's not civil assault first.
It does not say that.
Both of us. Okay, y'all were both arrested, you and Jay.
I wasn't. I don't remember being arrested for that.
On February 20th, 2017. There's another report. And again, that's Mr. Snow.
Yes.
And he was the aggressor.
Yes.
Now, the arrest from 3/18 of 2017. There's several that were from that day. What is the status of those? Those are
Sponge.
Those have all been permanently expunged.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not report those because of the expulsion. And what about, there's one for, from December 30th of 2017. It's public wrong. Is that was,
Supposed to have been dismissed.
okay, and that says dismissed on state motion. Do they dismiss that charge? You're not convicted. And then on July 16th, 2022. This is after you want the license, is that correct? When did you get your
Yes.
license?
And in 2022.
Okay, so this was after, and this was again with Mr. Snow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's he was trespassing,
Yes.
and that was dismissed as well, is that correct? And then on August 30th, 2022, again after your license, another incident with Mr. Snow, is that correct?
Yes, it was domestic dispute. That one is no charges were pressed, but they said basically it stays on file for 6 months, and in 3 months it will be dropped off or dismissed.
So they passed it to the file.
Yes.
Tell the board about the incident that led up to this at the hospital.
Yes, so Singing River Gulfport was my first nursing job. And I was supposed to still actually be orienting on that shift that I worked alone and had the med error. When I was there on that day that I was supposed to be orienting, I believe it was my 4th shift. And I had only worked day shift, and I was under the impression that I would still be training. The next day, my supervisor came to me. She said, "I'm so sorry that this happened to you. You were supposed to still be training." I know that as a nurse, when you take a patient assignment, those are your patients. And if you don't do your due diligence, you have patient abandonment. When I was going on to the shift, I told the RN there that I did not feel comfortable with the patient load. I said, I don't feel comfortable with more than 4 patients. I wasn't really listened to. I did take the assignment of, I believe, 7 patients. I did give all of my meds to all of my patients, and everything had gone fine. Whenever the last thing happened with the patient that the med error occurred, it was a PRN med. And I had 2 options, and I could have given the tramadol or the tramadol or the Ultram, I believe it was, or the Ativan. And I asked the other nurses, I should have given the lesser strong, of the 2. And I asked them, they said, go ahead and give the Ativan. So I pulled the Ativan thinking that it was just the one. So I did pull that. But when I was looking at the Epic, which I still wasn't fully familiar with the system, and I'm still learning as I'm doing, it was being strange to me. So I went to the other nurse, Jasmine, I believe, and I said, is it 2 tablets or is it 1? And so I don't know if maybe I do know, and there was a misunderstanding, because when she said two, I thought, okay, so it is 2. And she looked at it and she goes, yeah, it's 2, not 2 milligrams, not 2 tablets. So there was not clear communication there when I was asking for help with that. So I then went back to the Pyxis. That's why there's a time gap between the first pool and the second pool. And I got the second 2 milligram Ativan. Whenever I gave it to the client, the patient, I was wrong in that I did not scan fully before placing the medication in the cup. I did get ahead of myself, and that is my fault. When I realized that the patient had already taken the medication and the red flag popped up, I immediately was like, oh no, I don't know why in the computer it wasn't documented as 2 given. I went to another nurse to try and get help. There were no RNs on the actual floor. So I went to the eldest LPN there and asked for help. I said, I did this, had I been a more experienced nurse, would I have called the doctor and asked for one time, PRN order of 4 milligrams instead of 2? Probably. I didn't know. I just wanted to report it because I knew it was the right thing to do. And so that's what I did. Although I was told these things happen all the time, it's not a big deal. I just knew that it was on me to, these things should not be swept under the rug. So that's why I'm here. I don't know if you guys would like me to explain kind of what happened when I fell and hit my head. But after the med error incident, I reported it, and I came into work and they were kind of going back and forth with, okay, we're going to completely reorient you. And I was just like, okay. And I had went out to my car. I left my stethoscope and my other, my little kit in my car. I had never done clinicals at Gulfport. I had only done clinicals at Pascagoula and Ocean Springs and some nursing homes. So I wasn't real familiar with their parking area. And I had just started parking out in the back. So I went out there. And as I went out there, I went out the back door and I hit the ground, and I hit it so hard, pavement. And I called out for help. No one was around. No one heard me. When I was able to get myself up, I just remember thinking, I thought blood would be gushing down my head, is the pain, I guess. I thought the trauma, it would be gushing blood. I wasn't. I found my way around the back. I never made it to my car. I do remember after some time had passed, I do remember taking my jacket off. I had it like an over jacket over my scrubs. I couldn't find the bridge, the actual little bridge that goes over the ditch. And I did trip through the ditch. I saw an employee going into the back entrance. I asked her if she could please just help me to the cafeteria, because then I would kind of know where I am. I was trying to orient myself with my surroundings. It was very hard at the time. When I was in the cafeteria, I did tell them, I said, I tripped in the ditch. My shoes were soaking wet. I was trying to just get my wet shoes off. And they were like kind of clogged. So they were like a plunger on my foot. So like just to get some of the water out of them. And I do remember that. And they wanted me to go to the ER. I did. I asked them, once I got to the ER, I do remember when I was in the cafeteria, I kept telling them, I'm on the 4th floor. I'm supposed to be working. Can you please just let them know what happened? Can you let them know that I hit my head? And I was maybe somewhat erratic in my explanation of that. They wanted me to go to the ER. I did so. As I became more oriented, they started putting an IV in me. I said, whoa, hey, like, what are you giving me? They said, we're just giving you fluids. I said, okay. Then they actually ended up giving me Ativan because they wanted me to do the CT. I was also at the time, I hadn't had insurance yet. So I was also I started to think of cost. I didn't say that to them, but that those bills can get pretty pricey pretty quick. So after doing the CAT scan and being in the ER, they wanted me to go to Gulfport Behavioral Memorial. So I acquiesced with their, what they wanted. I went there. I was evaluated. They could have held me for 3 days. I think I ended up staying for 5. I was very medicated with Ativan the whole time I was there. And I was very, I guess, don't really know the loopy kind of out of it. I know that I was like sleeping on the floor there because they didn't have a bed for me yet. It was strange. They released me. They said at Singing River, you need to get a doctor's, a written release to come back. I did that and I did everything that they asked me to do. But after everything was said and done, and then they wanted to go into a whole investigation, I just decided to resign. I didn't want to go through it anymore. I had just had a miscarriage prior to me. I don't know if maybe that you actually mentioned that the anemic that contributed to my falling, the passing out, because that had never happened to me. So it was very worrisome. But that's what I can say. That's how things happen for me. That's the truth. That's what I know. And then you guys have heard everyone else's statements. So.
And let me ask you, you are on a prescription for Adderall, is that correct?
Yes.
And so positive urine drug screen for amphetamines would be the Adderall.
Yes. And I also take Latuda.
Okay. And in the ER, they gave you, I believe, Versed before your urine drug screen?
Mhm.
Okay. Tend to the witness.
It's awesome.
Ms. Williams, what did you say you also took in addition to Adderall?
Latuda.
Could you tell the board your educational background?
I like starting from
Your nursing education.
nursing.
background.
I went to Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College. I graduated in 2021, August of 2021. I did the LPN program. Prior to that, I was enrolled at the Gaucher campus and I was due to graduate in 2018. I withdrew passing in level 3 in the RN program. When I went back, I had to retake my sciences and start back from level 1. So I opted with the LPN, and that's it.
So you graduated from Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College in August of 2021. When did you start attending that college?
When did I start attending that college? That would have been summer of 2017. No, 2016.
So you were in the LPN program from the summer of 2016 till August of 2021?
No, oh, just that program. That program started in fall. It was 1 year, so it's 2 semesters back. So 2021. It was 2019. It was, I believe, fall of 2019. I'm kind of thinking I had to retake all of my sciences, so I don't know if I count that year as well. Semester.
So you were in the LPN program from the fall of 2019 till August of 2021, approximately 2 years,
It was 1 year.
1 year. And where have you worked since you were licensed as an LPN?
Singing River, Gulfport was my first nursing job. After that, I worked at a Lakeview and nursing home for a short while in training. They did not, so still had my expungement going through. The judge had not signed off on it yet. They did not want to sign a waiver for me to continue to work there. So I had to leave. After that, I didn't have employment for a little while. I wanted to just wait until everything went in front of the judge and was signed off on so that I didn't have to go through, seeking employment and being turned down. It was very disheartening. So I then ended up wanting to work and be in the nursing field and practicing. So I went ahead and applied at Greenbrier, which was my most recent job. I was there from September 7th of 2022 until I got the letter for my suspension and I had to resign.
Just so I'm clear, we know that you worked at Singing River, correct? And you were there from August of 2022 until July of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, April of 2022 to July of 2022. Is that?
Of Singing River, it was actually May 13th was my start date.
Of 2022?
Yes.
And what was your last day with Singing River? For the month and year of your.
It was July of 2022.
And then you said you applied at Lakeview Nursing Home, but your expungement had not been signed off on yet?
Yes, ma'am. And they had hired me, but they did not want to sign the waiver and have that, I guess, liability or whatever the case may be. They didn't really explain very much to me.
So you never worked at Lakeview Nursing Home?
I did work. I did train for probably about a week before they told me that. Yes, ma'am.
And then in September, you went to Greenbrier?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's go back to your criminal history. I want to make sure I have your testimony correct. You reported your 2014 offense to the board, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're saying now that your 2017 conviction has since been expunged.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any of those expungement documents?
I have some.
Council, we can take about a 10-minute recess and let you review
Okay.
those.
Thank you.
I was like really,
Glad they got the statement. That's,
it was just a lot.
and we're just presenting. This was. Years. For the. Yes, it's right down that hallway.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go.
Huh?
Did I go?
It looks kind of brown.
I'm gonna go grab me a.
Tan. Tan, it looks tan.
Why is he wearing purple?
This is the only purple shirt I own.
This is the only purple
The
shirt I own.
only purple. I was like, I need to expand the colors in my wardrobe.
When they were like a couple of gold, I'm like, okay. Purple shirt.
Yeah, I have one gold dress,
Haven't needed it, I think.
but it's like velvet hot. It would be hot today. And I was like, and I would also be very bright. And I was like, I don't know. Look up for it.
for your patience. We are back on the record.
Could you indulge me 5 more minutes? I
Oh,
apologize.
certainly.
Taking a quick break. What do you guys think of the process? You're doing like this. So we won't talk about this case in particular, of course, but what questions perhaps do you have about the board or what the process, how people get on the board? Okay, so yes, excellent question. I agree. So there are many, there are seasoned members of the board here. That means they're old, that have been here for a while. So they can chime in if I'm incorrect, but the RN and LPN positions, and I'm an RN member, so I'll give you my experience and the others can speak up. But there are nursing associations that, like the Mississippi Nursing Association makes recommendations. And then the governor's office takes those recommendations and vets the candidates and makes selections. And then if we are chosen, then we go before a Senate committee and are questioned and again vetted. And then the appointment is made. And then we get a really nice certificate that's framed with the governor's signature that we put in our office and do that. But it certainly is a privilege. I will say that this is my 4th year. It's also very humbling and a real honor actually to be here. So the attorneys took less than 5 minutes, which is a record. If you don't know that. So we'll have time for more questions, hopefully in a little bit.
30 minutes or longer than regular.
Thank you, everyone. We're back on the record. Ms. Osman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been some discussion today about expungement of 2017 documents. And Ms. Williams, I'd ask that you look at these 6, please. You would turn to the 2nd page of E6. And this is the application that you submitted. Could you tell us what date you submitted that application?
August 30th, 2021.
And when were the 2017 documents expunged in this case?
July 9th, 2021. Would it be this here, the state? No. July 9th. July 9th, 2021. Yes, so July 9th, 2021 for these. And then April 12th of 2022.
And what was the April 12th of 2022? What records did that expunge?
Taking away a motor vehicle. And yeah, that's what it says. Taking away a motor vehicle. And it says petitioner was arrested and charged with crime above, and case number was presented to grand jury, which resulted in a no true bill on or between June 4th, 2018 and June 8th, 2018, attached as a copy of the no true bill.
So where there was no true bill, it was expunged in April of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
So when was your conviction for reckless driving expunged?
I believe they kind of lumped that together when the tasing incident happened.
We'll come back to that while your attorney's looking for that information, but are you currently in any type of treatment program?
I go to therapy.
What type of therapy?
I was seeing a therapist, just like regular therapy.
How often do you see that therapist?
It's twice a month.
How long have you been seeing that therapist?
I recently just ended seeing one therapist. I'm actually switching to a female therapist. I had been seeing him for about 6 months.
And when we talk about the June 8th, 2022 medication incident, you self-reported, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take one of the diazepam yourself, or did you just give the patient two and document administering one?
I gave the patient the 2, and I guess I didn't document it correctly. I just went to another nurse on the appropriate actions to go and report the med error.
Do you understand the importance of correct charting
Yes, ma'am.
and the importance of correct administration of medication?
Yes, ma'am.
And please tell us what happened on June 11th, 2022.
Whenever I fell, that incident, I was just going out to my car. I had left my stethoscope, and just my pen light and things of that nature in the kit. I went out to my car to get that. As I was going out there, I fell and I hit my head. I was very disoriented. And as I said before, I called out for help. There was no one around. I did make my way through the, I guess, ditch area. I did trip. My shoes are wet. I had an employee that was going into the back of the building. I asked her if she could please let me in, and if she could help me find the cafeteria, I would know where I was at. I could figure out how to, get to the 4th floor and let them know that I had fallen, that, I didn't go out to my car and just wasn't going to come back. I actually didn't even make it to my car. I was just trying to get some help because I knew that I hit my head really hard. So I just knew that, I didn't know if I had a concussion, but I knew that I needed to get it checked out. And I went to the ER, and they gave me a CAT scan and then wanted me to go to behavioral health for a hold. And I did as they wished. And then after completing that treatment that they wanted me to go in for, I left. I got a return to work letter. They were still kind of going back and forth with me. At this point, I believe I had been out of work for about 2 weeks. I had bills like everyone else, and I needed to be working. So I decided it was best for me just to go ahead and resign and take another job. So that's what I did at that point.
Were you coming to work on June 11th, or were you leaving work on June 11th?
I had just made it to work, and I had been there for about maybe an hour. I'd been there for about an hour, and they had come to me and said, since my med error, they said, you're going to be with someone else and you're not going to be giving any meds. You're actually not going to be doing anything with a patient. Kind of stripped me of all nursing privileges right then and there. I said, okay. I still wanted to be prepared just in case and go and grab my supplies from the car. And so I let them know what I was doing, and I went to my car to grab my stethoscope and pen light.
And you remember the fall?
I don't really remember. I mean, I just remember going forward and hitting the ground, and I remember coming to.
What caused you to fall?
I don't know exactly. I did look at my sugar. It looked to be okay. I had just recently had a miscarriage. I had a lot of bleeding still. I don't know if maybe I was just possibly weakened from that. That was the first time that had ever happened to me.
Was the ditch in between you and your car?
No, I never made it to my car. My head was hurting so badly, and I was confused. So I was just trying to get back into the building, and the ditch was between the building and me entering the building. I also didn't have a badge from whenever I fell. I didn't think that maybe I had lost it or to look for it. My thinking was not that oriented at that point in time. So I was just trying to get back into the building. I saw the other employee going into the building, and I knew that she could badge me in and get me to where I would know where I was at.
Do you recall removing any of your clothes while you were outside?
I remember taking off a jacket. It was very hot. I don't remember taking off any other items of clothing.
So you fell. Then you started back towards the building and took your jacket off in the ditch.
I started when I went back, when I was going back towards the building, I had to like walk like around. And somewhere in between there, yes, I remember taking off my jacket. I did fall crossing the ditch, and my shoes were very wet. That's why I was trying to take them off in the cafeteria, just because I don't know why I was trying to do that.
Do you recall lying on the table in the cafeteria and screaming?
No, ma'am.
Do you have no recollection of that?
No.
Is it fair to say you've had an extensive history of mental illness?
Yes, I guess you could say that.
And what is your current diagnosis related to your mental illness?
I'm diagnosed with bipolar and ADHD, bipolar depression.
Do you acknowledge that your mental illness has resulted in manic episodes that have made it hard for you to recall what happened?
Yes, ma'am. This diagnosis has been new, and it was prior to me being diagnosed and taking medication for bipolar.
So the first time that you've taken your bipolar meds is recently.
Yes, in the last 6 months, I just started.
What month were you diagnosed as being bipolar?
August of 2022.
Have you ever been arrested by any other law enforcement agency other than the Jackson County Sheriff's Department?
Not that I can, no, not that I can say. The only thing is the incident that was expunged, it was kind of like a territorial thing. So it was like Jackson County and Ocean Springs, but I don't know if I have to discuss that. It's been expunged, but I did go to Ocean Springs like at first.
Do you feel that you can safely care for patients?
I do.
And other than the therapist that we discussed previously, do you see any other psychiatrist or any other type of doctor for your bipolar condition?
No, ma'am.
Do you drink alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Do you abuse any other type of controlled substances?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell this board about your relationship with Jay Snow? By that, I mean, are you still in a relationship with Mr. Snow?
No, ma'am. For the past 10 years, I've been in a very abusive relationship with my daughter's father. It's caused me a lot of mental and emotional strain. Recently, things have gotten physical. I actually had to finish the nursing program with two black guys that I had for 4 weeks. And I've recently left that relationship. But it was definitely something that was taking a toll on me, and I could see that I wasn't going to be able to have like a healthy or mentally or emotionally healthy life being with him or staying with him just for the sake of our daughter, and definitely not a healthy and successful career as a nurse by staying with him. So despite my best efforts, it's probably one of the best decisions I've made, but it has been a very abusive relationship. And I was very young, 17, when we first started dating. So it just took me a little bit of growing up and maturing mentally and emotionally to see that things were not okay. But that relationship is ended.
And do you have a child with Mr. Snow?
Yes, ma'am.
Who has custody of your child?
He has physical custody. We do have we have joint custody though, with him having physical.
And how old is your child?
She is 6 years old.
So even though your relationship is ended, you do still have to see him occasionally, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would, let's circle back to when the records were expunged for your reckless driving conviction in 2017. Do you know what the date of the expungement of those records
I
is?
do not believe that the reckless driving was expunged. There was a traffic infraction charged as a traffic offense, and I believe they found her guilty and she paid fines.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the panel for Ms. Williams?
Ms. Williams, so in hearing your testimony today, I've heard you made several comments about, I can't remember. And so as a panel here today, we're charged with protecting the public. And based on what we've heard, what is your competency to be able to remember patient care?
I feel that I have very good memory. I can recall things very well. I feel that as far as the events surrounding the circumstances, whenever I fell into that effect, it is hard for me to recall. That was a very stressful time, but as far as my memory and my skills and competencies to be able to care for patients safely, I do feel that I can recall and remember patient safety and care.
And with that being said, you just said these were stressful events that caused this to happen.
Stressful, yes.
Let me complete. Nursing is an extremely stressful career. And at the end of the day, we all have to be sure that we're protecting the public. So when a stressful event occurs, I do know that you're going to be able to give the correct care.
I believe that in the past, my home life, my personal life, and the events that were surrounding that time played a part in everything that was going on. I feel that I'm now out of that relationship, that I will be able to fully and safely practice nursing without having any of my judgment, I guess, taken away, or I don't really know the exact words to phrase it correctly, but I do feel that it definitely hindered me in the past. And I do understand that nursing is a stressful job. And I feel that I can do the job safely and care for patients safely ineffectively. I just feel like that I needed to make the change in my personal life in order for that to occur. I also I wasn't diagnosed with bipolar, and I did not take the medication that I take now, which has also really helped me as well.
So the only other question I have is, I was looking at your PMP, which is the prescription monitoring. And so when I was looking at it, your Adderall prescription stayed pretty consistent, except for you had a 3-month period around the time, I guess, of the diagnosis, where you had a significant increase in your medicine.
When I was increased from 20 milligrams twice a day to 60 milligrams, the max dosage. I have then gone down back down. That was, it was not working for me. So I've gone down to the 20 twice a day, but I don't always take 40. Sometimes I only take 20.
So just to verify what you just said, you're not following the prescribed medications.
Well, the doctor told me that, no, I was prescribed 60. We recently lowered my dose back down to 40 milligrams a day. And he said that I don't have to take the second one, only because I wanted to get off of the medication completely. So I'm trying to go down, and my other doctor with my Latuda said that it should be a gradual thing, because if you just stop it or you don't take it, it causes the dopamine to go up and down and can make your depression worse, even though I am on medication for the bipolar depression now. But no, ma'am, I take my medication as I'm supposed to, and what the doctor and I have discussed.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
Yes. You stated that you began working at Singing River in May of 2022.
It was in May, because that is when I went in and did my orientation.
So how long did you orientate?
I went in for orientation and the computer training and all that, and then I didn't start until a couple weeks after that. I had only actually oriented about 4 shifts prior to the night that I was by myself and the med error occurred. That night I was supposed to have been training as well.
So you had, you feel that you had sufficient orientation to the EMR system, the electronic medical record system. What I'm hearing is that was the first part of your orientation, was the computer system.
That was discussed in the first few shifts that I oriented. Yes, sir.
All right. So you understood how to read the EMR.
Yes, pretty well. Yes.
So did the doctor's order say Valium 2 milligrams, give 2 tablets? Did the doctor's order say Valium 4 milligrams? What?
The order was for 2 milligrams, which is 1 tablet. 1 tablet is 2 milligrams. What was in the blank though, in the actual thing, there was a 4. There was a 4. I don't know if it was accidentally entered on the keyboard. It wasn't actually something that could stay there or be made into records. It was just something that was keyed. I looked at this with the other nurse before going and pulling the second Ativan, and it was truly a misunderstanding. And it was, I thought that I was giving the correct dosage, especially after checking with the other nurse. But I believe that, of course, regardless, it's my fault. It's my med error. I didn't understand when 2 tabs, when it was 2, well, okay, it is 2. It wasn't said, okay, it's 2 milligrams, 1 tablet. I went ahead with thinking that I was under the impression that it was 2 tablets, and that was incorrect.
So you admit to the med error.
Yes, sir.
The med error was Valium and not Ativan, correct?
I thought it was Ativan.
Well, we have on records Valium, but I heard you testify that it was Ativan. So
I believe that it was Ativan.
well, okay. Well, 4 milligrams of Ativan would be enough to sedate somebody for a week. That's a
So
lot
it
of Ativan.
wasn't Ativan. I know what drug it was at the time. I think the max dosage on it was 6 milligrams.
Okay. So at this point, you've been licensed for 3 months. Now, you said you graduated from Gulf Coast in 2021. Was it December of 21? Was it
It was August of 21.
August of 21? And then you weren't licensed till March of 22.
Yes, sir. I waited to take my boards because I wanted to make sure that all of the background things had gone through when went in front of the judge so that I would not have to have, more run-ins with the board, but I also didn't want to not get licensed before I even got a license. And I went through a lot of correspondence with you guys as far as documents that were needed and in order to be able to sit for my board. So yes, there is a 6-month period there.
So tell me about, and the question's been asked, but I just need clarification because it's not tying together here. 2 or 3 days after the event, I think maybe on the 11th, and the event took place on the 8th, you came back to work. They were going to put you down to orientation. You walk out to your car, you testified that you tripped and fell and hit your head.
Yes, sir.
But you also testified that this ditch that you ended up getting into was not between the building and your car. How did you end up in the ditch?
And see, the layout of that hospital, like I said, I am not familiar with at all. I guess I should have brought a map of it. I could probably better explain it. I went out, so when I was going out of the back way of the hospital, I didn't actually go out of the right exit. I went out the wrong exit, the exit that I would normally go out of. I would have crossed the bridge and I would have gone over it to get to my car. But because I had went out one that was further down to the side, it was like once I walked around to the exit that I should have gone out to, it's like you bypassed the bridge in that exit of the hospital that I would normally enter and exit out of.
So all the events took place. They pretty much force you to go to the emergency department. You go. You testified that they gave you Ativan in the emergency department.
Yes, sir.
I see they also gave you Zyprexa, which I assume was probably for psychosis. That's on the records.
I asked them initially when they gave me the IV, what are you giving me? They said fluids. They gave me everything else unbeknownst to my knowledge.
All right, so you received Zyprexa, and I don't see anywhere on the record where you received Ativan. You did receive Versed 2 milligrams, which may be the reason you can't remember, because it has that effect. You had a CT scan. There was no acute findings in your CT scan. Therefore, we can, I think, probably result that the fall did not lead you to have any brain injury or lapse. So at that point, you were referred to Gulfport Behavioral.
Yes, sir.
You were sent to Gulfport Behavioral. You testified that you could stay there 72 hours. You ended up staying 5 days. And you testified that they kept you on Ativan the entire time.
Or it was something, it was Ativan.
Why were you on Ativan for 5 days?
I don't know. And it wasn't the last 2 days because I realized what they were giving me and what was causing me to be so tired because I wasn't even paying attention to what day it was or the time or the date. Like I had no orientation to time. And so I told them the 3rd day that I was no longer going to take the Ativan. And that's when I kind of came, wasn't so loopy that I was ready. Okay, it's time for me to get home now. You guys have done your evaluation. And
so, I mean, you're not a stranger to meds and you're not a stranger to nursing education. Ativan given in a behavioral unit is going to be for acting out, psychosis, wild behavior, something to control, right?
I guess, but I wasn't acting in any of those ways. I mainly just slept most of the time that I was there.
But you can't really recall, so you really don't know what your behaviors were those first 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, I slept. I slept, I actually slept on the floor because they didn't have a bed for me yet.
My next question is, while you were at Gulfport Behavioral, did they do, I'm sure they did a psychiatric evaluation. Did they do any form of chemical dependency evaluation?
I believe so. I mean, I think that they did everything there. Dr. Gaddy, I believe.
All right. And then when did you start Latuda?
I actually started Latuda at the, hold on, at the end of December. Before that, I was taking Lamictal.
What was that?
Lamictal.
Limit.
And I actually currently am still taking Lamictal too, along with the Latuda. So that's everything.
Is that something, I guess my confusion is coming because that's not showing up on the PNP.
It's a mood stabilizer. It's new. It's something that I started taking within the last 6 months.
All right. The Lamictal you've taken within the last 6 months,
Yes, sir.
and you said you started the Latuda in December.
The end of December, yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you a question that you've already been asked. With your behaviors, with all of this occurring so quickly after you became licensed, you truly feel that you can practice it safely?
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
Anything further from the panel?
So prior to all of this, had you ever been evaluated by a psychiatrist or been in any kind of psychological care before?
Yes, ma'am. My dad committed suicide when I was younger and I had a lot of depression. I did have some issues with self-mutilation. I had, that was, I guess, I didn't party or do drugs or drink alcohol. That was a coping mechanism for me, a very unhealthy one that I grew out of from my younger years, thankfully. But yes, ma'am, I did.
And when was that? When were you going through all of that depression?
That would have been 2008, is when everything kind of started. Yes.
Were you treated by any medical provider for that with any medication or treatment stays?
Yes, when I was younger, I was treated mainly with Lexapro was what worked for me then. And now it's the Latuda that works very well.
So had you been taking the Lexapro or had you been off of that?
No, after about probably, I would say 3 years of taking it, after some time had passed, I had kind of, I guess, grew out of the very depressed state. So I did end up weaning off of the Lexapro. It kind of just became more of like a seasonal thing, or like the anniversary day kind of thing. It was a little bit melancholy, but it wasn't as severe as it had previously been. No.
Do you feel now that you've had this diagnosis of bipolar depression that do you feel that this is a new, the symptoms are new, or do you feel like it's something that you've been experiencing for a number of years?
I feel like it's something that I've actually struggled with, but I just didn't know like exactly what it was and I wasn't on the right medication for it. And it's kind of like now, looking back, it's like hindsight's 2020, but I think also as far as like staying in a emotional and abusive toxic relationship, I wasn't thinking the way that I needed to think for myself. So being diagnosed with it has definitely helped me to kind of see everything in a whole new light, in a much better light as well.
And who prescribes your Latuda and your Lamictal?
Latuda is Dr. Barnes, Miss Barnes. She's a nurse practitioner. And the Lamictal, Dr. Owens prescribes.
Right. And how often do you see them?
I see Nurse Practitioner Barnes once a month. I see Dr. Owens once every 3 months.
How do you feel that things have been different for you since starting Latuda? You feel like it has improved your symptoms?
Yes, very much so. My last appointment, I told her it's worked really, really well for me. It's helped me a lot.
Can you explain what you mean by helped you a lot?
I was just, everything for me was just, I was really, very, very depressed. With bipolar, you can be, I wouldn't say that I have, very extreme highs. I will say like I guess if you call it a manic episode, I have noticed if one of those episodes does occur, it's always been after very, very much stress. So a very stressful event will then, I have noticed with me, I'll then kind of go that way. But for the most part, it's the depression side that I struggle with a lot. And so the Latuda has helped me so much because it was hard. Sometimes it's hard to pull yourself out of that depression, especially when you do have bipolar and you're dealing with that. It's definitely hard, but it's kind of like once you pinpoint it and you find what works, it makes everything so much better. But for me, the Latuda has done absolute wonders.
On that note, with the Latuda and with the bipolar depression, so you know that you do have some really low lows, you said, with a very stressful event. Do you have any sort of, as far as support system or anything that's kind of like in place for you when you have a really low low or a very stressful situation that you know might be triggering to you?
Yes, ma'am. I have my therapist, and there's also like crisis management and stuff that if you were it's to that extreme, you could reach out. But I've got my family, I've got my mom, I've got my brother, and I do have people, for if I am having a difficult time that I can call or talk to, or
Do you plan on continuing seeing the therapist?
yes, ma'am.
You said you saw.
I was seeing a male therapist. I'm just switching to a female therapist, just because it's some of the things, with the relationship that I was in, I realized, there's a lot more to what is going on that I need help kind of processing and understanding, and how to have, a normal relationship in different ways. And so I felt like I would be more comfortable discussing that with a female therapist. And that's the reason. Mr. Marcel is absolutely amazing, but it's a comfortable, like a female thing, I guess.
And you plan on seeing her
Twice a month.
twice a month, and you're gonna plan to continue doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as you're planning to stay on your current medication regimen?
As of right now, yes. I am trying to completely quit taking the Adderall though for the ADHD. We've been doing like some CBT, cognitive behavioral training, and like that sort of thing. It's kind of like where the route that I'm trying to go down.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Ms. Williams, how much of your training was on the Epic system at the job?
There wasn't a lot of Epic training. I was kind of more or less watching the other nurse, shadowing, watching her do stuff. So you just kind of have to catch what you can. But I was told when I started that position that I was going to be made to feel very comfortable, and that if I felt like I needed more training, that I would be able to get it. But my supervisor didn't plan for what happened that night for me to be on my own. Neither did I. But I would say, I guess I got the 3 shifts, or I had 4 shifts orienting prior to the med air shift that I was still supposed to be orienting. Those 3 shifts, I watched another nurse on the Epic. The fourth day, she let me key some stuff in, and I did do an Epic training seminar. That was one day. Yeah, so that, I guess 4-5 days.
So how long were the shifts?
They were 12-hour shifts.
Okay, so and how much of that did the Epic training make up?
Not a whole lot, because it was the other nurse that was inputting the information. Like, even when I was on that shift by myself, like, I had to use another nurse's number for the WOW. Like, I didn't have a number for the WOW yet.
But you did have that training on each shift.
Yes, I was being familiarized with it and oriented to it, and you do this for this and this for that. Yes.
As far as the expunctions are concerned, were all of those completed prior to your application for LPN?
The expungements.
Yes.
I thought that they had been. I thought that they were all expunged. There was one that was not. You guys sent me a letter regarding that. I then had to go to another attorney and have that expunged. And I sent you guys a letter stating that they were in the process. My attorney sent a letter saying they were in the process of being expunged, and you guys authorized or a testing date that I was able to sit for boards.
You remember what that charge was for?
I believe it was felony fleeing.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Ellis?
Just to clarify, the one she just talked about was not felony fleeing. It was taking away of a vehicle, and it had been no true build at that point.
Okay, but as we sit here today, that charge has been expunged.
Yes, sir. It's been expunged.
Thank you.
There was no true build, and then it was expunged.
Is there anything you want to follow on this topic? I think at this time we can begin with closing statements. Ms. Austin.
Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529-1 provides the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse for unprofessional conduct, including failure to disclose information as requested on any licensure board or nursing document, and for administering drugs to any person, including itself, except as legally directed. Likewise, 73-1529-1 provides that the board may suspend or revoke a nurse that has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice, where that nurse engages in conduct that's likely to harm the public, and where the nurse is a physical, mental, or emotional condition that renders the licensee unable to perform services or duties with reasonable skill and safety. Mrs. Williams has admitted to doubling the ordered dosage of Valium and administering that medication to the patient on June the 8th, 2022. Doubling the ordered dosage of medications does not meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. 3 days later, Mrs. Williams was admitted to the ER following erratic behavior. According to records from that day, she was suffering from mood disorder and unspecified psychosis that then resulted in her transfer and admission to Gulfport Behavioral. In addition to her action while I was employed as an LPN in June, she didn't disclose her criminal activity on her application with this board in 2022. She failed to disclose the 2017 conviction for reckless driving that resulted from her fleeing police. It's clear from the evidence presented today that Mrs. Williams has engaged in conduct that's likely to harm the public. This is her 6th known arrest, and she's shown a pattern and practice of behavior that's consistent with mental and or emotional health conditions that render her unable to safely perform nursing services with reasonable skill and safety. Based upon the evidence presented today, Mrs. Williams has a lengthy 10-year history of mental health disorders and several run-ins with law enforcement. Accordingly, I would request this board panel revoke Mrs. Williams' license to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi in order to safeguard the life and health of patients that are under her care. Thank you.
So
There's a lot of talk about the reckless driving, but I believe it's a traffic offense. And the application specifically says other than a traffic offense. I don't think there was any intent on her part to not disclose the reckless driving. I think she just thought of it as a traffic offense. She has been very compliant with her medication. She is clearly making efforts to take her medication as prescribed and be compliant with health care. She's seeing her care providers as ordered and as instructed and as recommended. She's making all the efforts to stay mentally healthy. I have known Ms. Williams for a long time, and her relationship with Mr. Snow was absolutely toxic. The best thing this woman has ever done in her life for herself is leave that man. I believe that's a huge, huge, huge help. Took her a while to learn. But it has been an absolutely toxic relationship for her. I think she's making all the steps to do everything she can, and she will be not a danger to anyone.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ellis. That will conclude this matter. We still have several left on the docket, so you may see in the gallery. Are we ready for the next matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I be excused?
Certainly.
Thank you. You don't do anything else good in life. That's mental health. Man, I'm gonna drive like the wind.
Thank you.
He was there last time I was out there. Stay for this decision.
Are we all?
Shannon.
South Florida.
So can you tell us all so we don't have to? And I know Laura couldn't hear either.
Molly Chapman was here, but
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. The next matter for the board panel, license number P 325-862. Jennifer Torrey. We will proceed as follows. We'll allow for opening statements. We will hear arguments from both sides and allow for questioning. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded story. You're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
I do.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
I do.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board in your behalf? And is your testimony, you're ready to proceed with this hearing today? Thank you. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to amend the complaint B5. It's a clerical error. It has R 325-862. It should be P 325-862, and also on the order suspending license. It's just a clerical error on both of those.
That is exhibit B5.
Yes, Your Honor, on the complaint and on the order suspending the license. And also, if you'd like to enter in the evidence exhibits B1 through B32.
I ask that the record reflect that amendment to the license number. Ms. Torrey, do you have any objection to the exhibits?
No. No, sir.
All right, they will be admitted. They are admitted. Anything further preliminarily, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
We will proceed with opening statements. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today because of the repeated misconduct by Ms. Torrey at 3 different facilities beginning in September of 2020. While employed at Queen City Nursing Home in September of 2020, an investigation was opened due to the low Keppler levels of patients on Ms. Torrey's hall. It was suspected that Ms. Torrey was not administering medications as ordered. Due to other nurses also providing care, that claim is not substantiated. However, in her statement to the board, Ms. Torrey admitted to administering discontinued medication to patients. Ms. Torrey was asked why she did not call for a refill instead, and she did not give an answer. Ms. Torrey's decision to administer discontinued medication is a violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1C, which states that the statute is violated if a licensee has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care. Misconduct followed her to Laurelwood Community Living Center in January of 2021, where several pills went missing. It was never determined what happened to the missing pills. The facility investigation did reveal that throughout the month of January in 2021, Ms. Torrey signed out several narcotics and never documented administering them. Her actions are in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G, which states that a licensee is in violation of the statute if the licensee has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Most recently, while Ms. Torrey was employed at Mississippi State Veteran Home in Collins in September of 2022, she took medication home from the facility. Ms. Torrey gave a written statement to which she admitted she took the cards of medication home. When questioned by authorities, she agreed to return home and retrieve the cards of medication which were missing. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L states that a licensee has engaged in unprofessional conduct if the licensee has engaged in conduct as set out in Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820. 1.2H defines unprofessional conduct as misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Torrey to practice in this state. And accordingly, we ask this board panel to consider all available options in taking action against the license of Ms. Torrey. Thank you, Ron.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Torrey, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time. It's okay if you don't.
I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Vice call Tawanda Jones. Your Honor. Ms. Tawanda, will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
My name is Tawanda Jones. My county of residency is Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I have worked for the Board of Nursing for 5 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in disciplinary actions related to nursing license?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
it is.
If you would go to B2, now do that document for us, please.
B2 is licensure information for Ms. Torrey.
And when was Ms. Torrey first licensed in Mississippi?
She was licensed January 13th, 2011,
And what was she licensed as?
an LPN.
You would go to B3 and tell us what that document is.
Licensure verification.
And what does it say under the status for Ms. Torrey's license?
Administrative inactive.
If you would turn over to what's been marked as B5. On the 4th page, would you do that document for us?
That's an order suspending the license for Ms. Torrey.
Okay, thank you. And on the B5, it's marked as the complaint. Can you tell us which charge against Ms. Torrey today?
The complaint for Ms. Torrey, charge 1, Mississippi Annotated Code 73-15-29-1C. The respondent has negligently or willfully in the manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person's under the license care. Charge 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G in that the respondent has falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge 3, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L in that the respondent has engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820R 1.2H.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And what are the facts in the complaint that support this charge? Any of those charges, all of them, actually.
Okay. On September the 15th, the respondent was employed at Queen City Nursing Home. An investigation was opened at the facility due to a low Keppra level of 2 patients. The respondent was questioned and stated that she did give the patients their medication. And in the respondent's statement, she stated that she gave the 2 patients discontinued medication because it wasn't on the medication card. The respondent did not give a reason as to why she did not call for a refill. On January 2021, the respondent was employed at Laurelwood Community Living Center. The allegations were made against the respondent upon reviewing the narcotics log and the MAR for each patient that the respondent signed out for January 2021. It was discovered that several different occasions, which involved 4 different residents of the facility, the respondent signed out the narcotics, but the MAR did not have the respondent's initial to indicate that narcotics were given. On about September the 30th, 2022, while employed at Mississippi State Veterans Home in Collins, Mississippi, the respondent did take medication from the facility to the respondent's home. On or about December 5th, 2022, the respondent gave a written statement admitting taking the medication on or about December 5th, 2022. The respondent agreed to return home and did return with some of the pills that were taken.
Okay, if you would go over to B6 and tell us what that document is, please.
B6 is a facility report from Queen City Nursing Home.
And what's the date on that document?
The date on the document is September 15th, 2020.
And what does the report say was the reason for starting the investigation?
The reason for the investigation to be started in-house was there were patients that had low Keppra levels. So the director of nursing wanted to know what happened. So she in turn found the Keppra for those patients. She taped it up and placed it on the medication card in a specific location. And they determined that that Keppra bottle, the tape was not tampered with at all. And the bottle was still in the same location where it was placed from the beginning.
So the bottles were never moved?
The bottles were never moved or opened.
Can you go over to B14 and tell us what that document is, please, ma'am?
B14 is a statement given by Ms. Torrey.
And what did Ms. Boyd say she did?
In summary, what Ms. Torrey said that she did was that she couldn't find the medication on the medication chart, so she gave the patient a discontinued medication.
And did she seem to think that that was okay?
She did.
And did you ask her why she did not call for a refill?
I did. I asked her why didn't she call to get a refill, and she did not provide a response.
Okay, let's go over to B15. Can you identify that for the board panel?
B15 is a incident report.
And where's that report from?
This is from Laurelwood.
Okay. And what is the report in regards to?
This is in regards to missing narcotics. During a count, they discovered that there were some narcotics that were missing.
And how was this brought to the facility's attention?
One of the staff nurses brought it to the attention of the director of nursing when she was bringing the cards to the director of nursing.
Let's go down to the paragraph labeled conclusion of the incident. It's on page 2 of that report. What does the report say about what happened to the narcotics?
It says all nurses were drug screened and that all the nurses were negative. They could not find out what happened to the narcotics on that day. So they conducted a in-service training for staff.
So they couldn't determine who took the pills?
No.
Okay, going to B27, can you tell us what that document is?
B27 is a report from Stephanie Chambers.
What does it say was the reason for Ms. Torrey's termination there?
She was terminated for missing narcotics that were signed out inappropriately.
And what did you find out after finding out the reason for her termination? What did your investigation reveal?
Well, after the that investigation, I decided to, the records could not be found for that particular complaint because the staff was no longer there. They could not find the drug screens. They could not find any of the records. So I asked her to look for a specific date in January and to find all of those patients that were treated by Ms. Torrey and to give me copies of the MAR and the narcotics log for that particular day. And those documents were subpoenaed and sent to.
So what did your investigation reveal about her administration of medication that she had signed out?
From the records that I subpoenaed, it was determined that on the narcotics log for those particular patients that were randomly selected, that the narcotics were signed out, but the MAR was not documented where the patient received the medication.
All right, let's look at some of those records. B17, I think those are controlled substance records for patient 1. On January 1st and 2nd, did Ms. Torrey sign out hydrocodone?
January 1st, January 2nd, it was signed out by Ms. Torrey.
And at what times?
January 1st, 1700, January 1st, 2100.
So on both days, it was 1700 and 2100.
Yes.
And what about on the 4th, January 4th?
On January 4th at 1500 hours, Ms. Torrey signed it out. And on January 4th at 1900 hours, Ms. Torrey signed it out. And again at 2230 hours, she signed it out.
Okay, let's go back and look at the MAR. I believe it's on B16.
B16 is the MAR for the patient.
On the first page of B16, what drug does it show is the administration record for?
Hydrocodone.
And looking at the record for January 1st, 2nd, and 4th, those are a few of the days that Ms. Torrey signed out hydrocodone for that month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any documentation that she administered?
No, there's no documentation that it was administered on the 1st, 2nd, or the 4th.
Okay, let's look at another patient. B19 is the record for patient number 2.
B19 is a narcotic log for Percocet for patient 2.
And looking at the sheet, did Ms. Torrey sign out Percocet on the 13th, 14th, and the 16th?
The 13th, yes, twice. 1/13/21, 1600 hours, 1/13 at 2200 hours, 1/14 at 1600 hours, and 1/14 at 2200 hours.
So on all 3 days.
Yes.
Let's go back to B18. What drug, what is this? What's the administration record for? What drug?
This is a MAR for Percocet for patient 2.
And is there any documentation by Ms. Torrey on the 13th, 14th, or 16th?
No, there's no documentation of the drug being administered.
All right, let's look at one more patient. Number 4, that's on exhibit 23. Can you tell us what drug is listed on the record for that one?
This is for hydrocodone for patient 3.
Patient 4, I believe.
4.
And did Ms. Torrey sign out hydrocodone on patient for the month of December?
For the entire month of December, yes, Ms. Torrey signed out the hydrocodone for patient 4.
Okay, let's go to B22. And what drug does this show the record for administration for?
This is the MAR for hydrocodone for patient 4.
And is there any documentation by Ms. Torrey on any days in that month?
For the month of December 2020, there's no documentation that Ms. Torrey signed out or administered, not signed out, but administered hydrocodone to patient 4.
Did you document any assessment for pain on there either?
Yes,
So she signed out medication for the whole month for patient 4 and didn't document administering any. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay, let's go to B24. Can you identify this document for the board?
B24 is a statement that Ms. Torrey gave to the Board of Nursing.
And what does she say about the 21 missing pills that led to that investigation?
She said that I was not at work on November 24th, 2020, when the 21 narcs were missing. I was called by another coworker and told that what had happened in regards to that day. I was never drug screened at all, except for when I took my employment. I have at no time substituted any Tylenol or any other drug for anyone's narcotics. I pulled medications to give on the day. I tested positive for COVID. I was unable to give them. After reviewing the narcotic log MAR, I was made aware that I had not clicked the medications out on the MAR.
Well, so what was her reasoning for not documenting the medications she signed out on the MAR?
She told me that it was a careless error and she wasn't really familiar with the point and click system that was in place at that facility.
So her reason was just that she didn't know how to use the system?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at B20 for a minute. On the 6th page of B20, the 6th page. Mhm. The initials JT are listed several times for administering medication. There's 2 days specifically, are January 1st and 2nd at 1700. This is the same time and same day that Ms. Torrey signed out hydrocodone and did not document it. This is for sodium table 1, I believe. Is that correct?
Sodium tablet, 20 milligrams, 1 tablet by mouth.
So from looking at this exhibit, it appears Ms. Torrey was familiar with how to document. Is that correct?
That's correct. Her initials are there.
All right, let's go to the 2nd page of B29. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a witness statement.
Where is it from?
This is from Laurelwood. Wait. No, this is from the VA.
Okay. And what does the witness say happened on 11/30/2022?
On 11/30/2022, the witness stated that she was notified that they had received notice to refill 2 medications that had recently been filled, and there should be refills that should not be refills needed at the time. The meds in question were as follows: Flexeril 10 milligrams, last filled on 11/21/22. And then there was another medication for gabapentin. But those medicines were not there. They wanted a refill.
So what did they do next? What's it say they did next after they found out they needed a refill?
They inspected all the areas of the cart and went through each individual med cart and were unable to locate the medication in question. Per the LPN, both of the Flexeril and the gabapentin were not on her cart, and she was requested that they be refilled.
Let's go back to the 1st page of that B29. This is another witness statement.
It is.
What does this witness say?
It says on 11/30/2022, it came to my attention that 2 carts of medication were missing on the D-Wing, Flexeril 10 milligram tablets and 60, and it was last filled on 11/21/22. The second cart was gabapentin, 800 milligrams, give 1 tablet, and it was 84 tabs, last filled on 11/17/2022. Both cards should have had at least 40 or more tablets. And then the gabapentin should have had at least 53 tablets left.
And what about the other ones? Say how
The
many,
Flexeril should have had 59 tablets left.
let's go to B28. Identify that document for us.
B28 is a statement that Ms. Torrey gave.
And what did she say happened to the medication?
It says upon trying to replenish meds on the med cart, I moved medications into my purse to get them out of the way and forgot to put them back on the cart. I was going to bring the carts back and put them on the cart and forgot them. Keep reading.
So she took them off the cart and put them in her purse, is that what she said?
That's correct.
And where did she say she took them?
Towards the end of her sentence, it says that she took them home with her.
And what did she agree to do in that statement?
She agreed to the investigator that she would go home, get the medication and return them back to the facility.
In her statement, does she say anything about when she realized they were at her house?
No.
And what's the date on her statement?
Her statement date is December 5th, 2022.
And what date did the other witnesses say the cards were noticed to be missing?
On November 30th.
So at the time of her statement, they'd been missing for 6 days, is that correct?
That's correct.
So did she say anything in her statement about why it had been 6 days and she still hadn't brought them back?
No,
So just to make sure we're clear, she put them in her purse at the time, and at the time of her statement, they were now in her house.
correct.
So that means she had to have taken them out at her house, is that correct?
That's correct.
So how many pills were there supposed to be left in each one, you said?
Should have been 53 and 59.
Let's go to her statement. I believe it says how many she brought back on this second
Second
page. Yes, ma'am.
On the second page of her statement for the gabapentin, there were 33 pills in the package that was brought back to the facility. And for the Flexeril, there were only 16 tablets.
We said earlier, the witnesses said there should have been close to 53 and 59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did she offer any explanation about the missing pills in her statement?
No,
So Ms. Torrey put the cards in her purse and took them home. That's what we said, right?
that's correct.
And then 6 days later, she brought them back when she was questioned by the AG
Yes,
with pills missing from both cards. Is that correct?
that is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Torrey, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel?
I have just one question. So I just want to clarify. So the January 21, you said there were you randomly selected patients to assess their pain records, pain medication records?
Yes, the original records for the first initial investigation, they could not locate because those people were no longer there anymore.
The facility?
The facility, and they could not find any of the documentation. And because we had a complaint, I just asked that she look at a date in January during the time frame that she was employed there, and to pull those narcotics records, the MAR, to look and see.
Okay, so if it's randomly selected, then what I think we're hearing is that there was a minimum of 3 to 4 patients where there were discrepancies, but there could have been more.
There could have been more, yes. She just randomly selected a few patients so that I could review those documents and see if to follow up with a complaint that our office received.
And out of the 4, there were 3 that had discrepancies, or all
Yes.
4?
There were 4. We went through 4.
Thank you, that's it.
So 3 of the 4 had discrepancies or all 4?
All 4.
Anything further from the panel for this witness? Any follow-up, counsel?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, I should have heard done this earlier. Can we seal the exhibits? There confidential patient information in there, just for the record. We didn't redact them for purposes of being able to track the records.
Oh, certainly. Let the record reflect that, please. Do you anticipate any further testimony from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You may be excused. All right, Ms. Torrey, you can share with the board your side of this matter.
Is there any specific part that,
Whatever you want to address.
let me think. I mean, I don't really have an argument. You know, I'm guilty of everything that's in here, of course, but unless you want to know the explanations behind it or not, which there's not going to be an excuse for it not being, I call it clicked out. That might be the inappropriate term for, but charted out on the MAR.
Okay, well,
Let's see. I was familiar with PCC, but not as familiar as I was with the other computer systems. Just not as familiar.
okay, we'll go at it this way. Mr. Walker, I
Mhm.
have some questions for you.
Okay,
It's possible the panel may have some questions for you. After we complete those, if you want to do a
Okay.
statement, we'll do that at that
all
time.
right,
Okay?
okay.
Mr. Walker,
Ms. Torrey, will you state your name, your residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Jennifer Torrey, my address. Its address is Wayne County, Mississippi. I'm not employed right at the moment.
Can we tell the board your educational background?
I went to nursing school at MCC,
And what year was that?
2010.
And when were you first licensed?
January of 11.
And as an LPN, is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to the allegations today, have you previously had disciplinary action from this board?
No, sir.
So let's talk about the discontinued medication. Why did you feel like it was okay to give discontinued medication?
I'm not saying it was okay to give the discontinued medication. And I actually did try to order the other medication, but it would not have been in time for me to have given it. It wouldn't have been in at all, actually. So it's kind of a impossible choice. I'd rather somebody have their medication than not have their medication.
So you did try and get a refill?
Oh, yeah, I tried to get the refill. I just didn't have it.
You didn't see the medication? Why was I guess what's your side? Because they were saying that there was low Keppra levels.
Mhm.
They were trying to say that you might have not been given the medication. Did you not find the medication? Because
I
apparently.
just didn't see it.
Ms.
At
Torrey,
the time I'm sorry.
let me finish the question first, please.
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's fine. You're okay. So you just didn't see the medication at all that was on there?
Correct.
So where was the discontinued medication that you gave?
In the med room.
So discontinued medication you had to go get, but you didn't see the medication that's sealed on the cart. Can you explain why or how you knew to document for, I believe it was a salt tablet on the same days and time, but not for the hydrocodone?
You have to go to a completely separate part of the computer. It's not just, right there with, not that I don't think, it's not right there with all the other medications.
So to document for one is different than documenting for another medication?
Sometimes, yeah.
But on this, you went for a whole month checking out medication, never documented it.
Correct.
So what did you do with it? Did you administer the
Oh, I
medication?
administered the medications.
I guess, so did you not ask somebody how to administer them? I mean, because that was a whole month.
I know it was, I mean, I sound like I'm giving excuses and that's not what I want to sound like. But when there's nobody else there to ask, when there's literally nobody else in the building to ask, and the other nurse is on the other side of the building with her one aide, and you got your 30 people on the other side, no, there's nobody to ask.
So I've said this before, and I'm not a nurse, but I'm sure these students have said it too, but I've been told that if you didn't document it, it didn't
It
happen.
didn't happen.
Correct.
Correct.
So essentially, we could say that for a whole month, these patients never got their medication.
You
Is that
could say
correct?
that.
Because there was no documentation,
Correct. On the narcotics.
but there was on the other. You see how that,
I see what you're saying. I know how it looks. I do.
so you were the only one there? Is that why you didn't ask somebody? Is that what you're saying?
One of probably 4 people in the whole building. Yeah. And I know it sounds horrible, but I'd rather take care of my patients before worrying about taking 30 minutes to try to individually go and hit on the mark where I gave, a medicine. I know it sounds horrible, but
You think that probably would have helped if you would have maybe asked and learned it once?
oh yeah, it would have helped if I could have had a little bit more training on the PCC. But again, there was really, and it's not trying to down them or anything, because the DON was usually having to work shifts on the cart herself. So by the time I got there in the evenings, a lot of times they were, everybody was gone.
So
Or they were in the process of doing something else while I was there. So there,
So how long did you work there?
no, maybe 6 months.
Do they do any type of orientation?
No, sir.
So they just hired you on and
It was COVID and I had been a nurse for a long time. They
they,
said, go.
you've been a nurse since 2010, is that what you said earlier?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever, was this documenting system different than something you've done before?
I was familiar with it, but not as well. I could have used a little bit more, just a teeny bit more, but
So let's go to the VA's situation with that hospital. Why did you put the medication in your purse?
I had moved it onto where the nurse station was by the computer, and they were cleaning up around there. And when I moved it and I put it down, and I did not tell anybody because I knew how crazy I'd look, and I was trying to just bring it back and put it back on the cart. And the reason it was so many days was because I was going there through an agency. So I wasn't like, I didn't go back until, I can't remember what the other date was. I did go back before then, and the day I left, or around the time that I went to leave, somebody hit my dog with the car, and I was freaking out, and my child was fixing to be home from school, and I was going to have to leave the dog there with her not knowing what happened, and I spazzed out and I forgot the medicine and left it at home, and I had intended on bringing it back that day. So I would have had it back sooner if it hadn't been for that.
But I'm still confused on why you put it in your purse. Is that like a normal practice?
No, not really. I mean, I have, there's been times that I've had eye drops in my purse or nose spray or, breathing treatments. And no, not normally.
So do you?
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Do you carry your purse around when you're administering medications?
I do not, no.
So I guess I'm still on it. You still I'm confused on how it got in your purse, why it was in there.
Like the cart's right over there and then nurse's station's right here. I had it up on the nurse's station, and when he came around, I think he was cleaning, I moved it and I set it down. My purse was sitting like under. So, and I set it down. Yeah, it was,
So you took the drugs off, and
Stupid.
put it in the,
yes, sir.
so you had obviously left them at home, correct? 'Cause you
I
were taking them
did.
out of your purse.
I did.
So you knew you
Because
had.
I was gonna bring them back,
But if you,
put them back on the cart.
you said that you were working through an agency, so you weren't there every day.
I wasn't.
Do you think it probably would have been a good idea to maybe bring them back on a day you weren't there anyway, just to show you had them?
Probably. I don't remember what was going on at that time.
Because I believe you didn't bring them back until you were questioned by the AG's office. Is that correct? So according to the witness statements, the number of pills you brought back was significantly less than what was taken.
I can't speak to that. I had taken it off the cart to order more. I think they said that that was the first day I was on that haul. So I honestly have no idea. They said that they had just been ordered or something like that whenever. I mean, they didn't look freshly ordered when I saw them, is what I'm saying. That's why I had taken them off to begin with.
Yeah, I believe several witnesses stated that
Yeah,
should have been more pills than what
Yeah.
brought back. And they were freshly ordered. That was also the why.
but
So
no,
almost-
honestly, I can't speak to that. I have no idea.
So you don't know why you don't know what happened to the pills, why they were in your purse or at your home.
No, I mean, nothing happened to them when I had them. I just brought them back.
6 days later.
Yeah,
Issues with drug or alcohol abuse.
no, sir.
So for the pain pills that you dispensed, you never took any of those?
No.
You administered them to all the patients?
Mhm.
Are you taking any medication now?
I do. As a matter of fact, I go to the pain clinic myself, so I have my own medication.
So what do you take?
I take Neurontin. I actually did take Flexeril. Haven't taken that in a while, but I do take Neurontin and Percocet.
And what are those for?
Pain. The Neurontin's for my fibromyalgia.
So just to clear, you've never taken any medication from a facility
No, sir.
for your use? And you can't explain why those pills were brought back were not in the same amount that you took?
And yeah, I don't.
So it seems like at the last 3 places you worked, there's been some type of occurrence. Can you have any kind of explanation for that?
I don't. I really. And now the whole me and the medicine, having to bring the medicine back, that was just totally me, stupid. That's why I was trying to get them back on the cart before anybody even knew. But now Laurelwood and Queen City, and I know y'all probably heard this 5 million times, but I mean, it was the middle of COVID and there was literally nobody to work. As a matter of fact, at Queen City, I read a statement in here about some of the nurses were talking about how I had finished giving medicines before they did or something. But that was because I got a whole other haul. I had to finish my haul and then turn around and work another haul with another nurse, nobody to work it. And that was almost the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any administration issues or documentation issues at any of the other facilities?
And no, not that I can.
No further questions, John.
Any questions from the panel?
Yes.
Nate, is that okay? First of all, thank you for being here and thank you for, I believe your words were, I'm guilty of all this, for acknowledging your guilt, at least in the three charges that we've heard about. I know Mr. Walker asked you about any history of drug use of your own. I just want to, I guess I'm going to re-ask, have you ever had a problem with drugs or alcohol? Have you ever been treated for any drug or alcohol misuse? Is there anybody in your family, close friends, tight network that has a drug or alcohol use problem?
My younger brother overdosed 15 years ago, this past January, actually. So, I mean, other than that, though, no, sir. I mean,
There's
no,
no
ma'am.
one in your circle that you would be
I don't have a circle.
giving medications to.
No, ma'am.
So have there been any other facilities over the 12 years that you've been a nurse
Mhm.
where you've had any disciplinary problems within the facility?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure I've been written up before.
Do you recall?
Now, over 12 years' time,
Do you know about how many times you've been written up at other facilities?
not really, not many, but I don't remember how many.
Do you know the nature of the discipline?
Obviously, it's going to be, it had to have been med error somewhere or another. I was trying to give y'all at least one example.
Okay, I have a couple other things. So one of the things that I'm not real clear about, and probably because I have a hard time flipping back and forth. So this might be on me, but in exhibit B22, I think that's the exhibit for the fourth patient where that Ms. Jones had solicited the records, and you indicated that you had signed out narcotics for that patient, but you had not given them because it's not documented.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Saying that I signed out in the narcotic book that I gave it and then
Well,
just had not signed it out on the MAR.
Out, but you didn't document them on the MAR.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So there's no pain assessment, which is typical before you give a controlled substance, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you didn't document that either.
I doubt it because usually,
They're blanks. Okay. So if I'm reading this correctly for that, and it may be other, it just it looks like there are other nurses perhaps or providers that did do pain assessments on this patient every day, looks like at least 3 times. And if they're using a pain level scale, it's 0
Mhm.
in every instant. So what you're saying is that when you assessed the same patient, the patient was experiencing pain to the point to where you checked out a narcotic, gave it to them, but did not document it.
I was looking at who it was. I was trying to remember who it was. And I can't give y'all the way the patient was. I can't give y'all paint a picture good enough. I'm a strong advocate for pain medicine with my residents because I have watched my dad. He's been sick my entire life, and pain medication or pain control, has always been important for him. And this little guy right here, yeah, he was in pain. He was not able to tell you at all. It was strictly reading facial expressions and grimacing, and then after you got to know them, just knowing how they acted. So yeah. And there's a lot of nurses that I don't care how they act, they're not going to touch a narcotic because they're scared to give it.
Okay. So then the incident about the medications that you moved them to your purse. And I'm not really clear why. Mr.
Yeah, me
Walker
either.
tried to explain that or tried to get at that. I guess the point is it really doesn't matter why you did that and you took them home.
Yeah,
And
no.
you said your intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, your intention was to put them back on the cart before anyone knew.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I was going to I think I was scheduled to work that next day, maybe. But then I forgot them. So yeah.
so you taken them out of your purse and then,
Mhm.
okay. But I guess do you have any concerns or about your intention was, from what you said, was to put them back on the cart before anyone knew. So that's to take no accountability for what you did, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then, so your personal medication use, you said you take Neurontin and Percocet,
I do.
correct? For
Yes,
pain?
ma'am.
How long have you been taking the Percocet?
After about a year, I think.
About a year.
Because I had a wreck last June where a woman had pulled out in front of me, but it wasn't that bad. But then I had a wreck last December that was really bad. And my home physician had been prescribing it, but then, of course, needed to get me to a pain clinic.
Mhm.
So I'd say about a year or so.
Okay, so it kind of overlaps with the time period we're talking about today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm gonna take the opportunity to say this. You mentioned it sounds horrible.
Mhm.
Those were your words, and I would agree. The neglect, it seems, is very concerning. And to say that you needed more training,
Mhm.
does that sounds like an excuse, frankly,
On the computer,
on the computer.
oh, yes, ma'am.
So, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything further from the family?
I did. Corey, as a long-term care nurse of 15 years, I have worked hard. And I can honestly say I've never put even a breathing treatment in my purse in all 15 years. So with that being said, you did not give us to verify a valid reason as to any medication in your purse.
Oh, I know. That's why I said I didn't want it to sound like an excuse. There's not a good excuse, so to speak. I'm sorry.
So as a follow-up to that, it seems that it's serendipitous that the medications that happen to go missing are the same medications that are showing up on your PMP. Would that be a correct statement?
E.
The prescription monitoring program.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So what would that suggest based on what? Are you taking the oxycodone?
Mhm.
Are you taking the gabapentin?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not. the same things that were missing?
Percocet wasn't miss. When was Percocet missing?
The opiate. And then the gabapentin on. Go back there and look. Flexor? Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So, but the gabapentin doesn't line up with what you're taking?
I don't. Is it the same thing? It's the same thing I take.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so on exhibit B27,
Mhm.
it says that you signed out the narcotics for an entire 12-hour shift. Is that correct?
Yes. I found it. A 12-hour shift?
What is that? I'm sorry.
It was a 12?
Look at it. On the, where it says on January 24th, 2021, Ms. Torrey tested positive for COVID-19 virus upon leaving facility between 1600 and 1700. She had already signed out numerous narcotics on different patients for the entire shift.
Oh, no, not the entire shift. No. I think it was an 8. It wasn't a 12-hour shift. That's what was, I'm sorry.
8 hours, 12
8,
hours.
20,
Did you
yeah.
pull for the-
My shift.
Did you pull for the entire shift?
No, I did not pull the entire shift. When I got there, I started trying to get my meds together though.
So are you telling me that you pre-pull your medications?
No, not all the time. No, ma'am. I do not.
Have you pre-pulled your medication?
Before in the past 12 years, at some point, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
Yeah, I've got a brief question too. Ms. Torrey, my question is this. You're testifying of a mistake.
Yes, sir.
You're claiming guilt to a mistake, and that was putting medicine in your purse and carrying it to your house.
Mhm.
What happened to the greater than 40 pills that were not returned to the facility? In the statement, it shows that both cards should have had at least 40 more tablets left.
Well, that's what I was saying. I can't even speak to that. I have no idea.
They were in your possession. Did you take them?
I had no reason to. No, sir.
Or they just disappeared?
I don't know. That's why I don't know. That's,
What other facilities were you working in at this time? So you were working at an agency or contract. Were you working multiple places at the same time, or were you only at one place at a time? How did your contract work?
it was just wherever, needed me. It wasn't a contract. It wasn't like a certain specific place, for a certain length of time.
But it was
It
with
was-
an agency.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So during this time, where else were you working?
I worked some at, I was all over the place. Worked some in Leaksville. Can't remember, I was in Leaksville.
Like, I guess it really is not of that great importance. I guess my last question is this. At the VA, which is the last employer we have that brought charges against you.
Mhm.
You signed a abuse policy and procedure, neglect policy and procedure. You signed all the typical ones you sign in a long-term care facility. Did you sign the same thing in all of the facilities you worked in? Queen City, Laurelwood, VA.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. So you being a nurse of, let's say, at least 12 years, had a great understanding of the repercussions of a medication error. Not only is it affecting your nursing, but also it's a criminal offense. Because working in a long-term care facility, that's considered abuse and neglect. That's stealing from a resident. Their Medicare and Medicaid money paid for those drugs. And inadvertently, you carried those drugs out of the facility and returned, even though it was wrong, you returned when you were questioned a much less amount of drugs than you took out of the facility. That you understand that is a criminal offense.
Yes, sir.
All I have.
Anything further from the panel?
Ms. Torrey, based on, you're telling us that you've been in a great deal of pain, right? And you're having to take pain medications, so do you think you're fit to practice? If you're in that much pain and needing that much narcotics?
That much. I'm not in pain. It helps control the pain. I also did, we're fixing to look into me doing some therapy too, because I haven't had insurance. So of course there's no physical therapy. So we've got to look into, we had talked about last month, me starting some kind of physical therapy.
And to follow up to that, have you ever taken a narcotic before going to work within 2 to 3 hours of you attending work or during work?
I usually only took them like in the morning or when I go to bed at night, because I'm not like medicine in me. It doesn't take much medicine to affect me. So like, I wouldn't even, if I didn't need it, I didn't take it. Or if I needed a half of it, I only took half of it.
So you took it in the morning and at night before bed. So when was your scheduled shift?
Depended on what it was, just different shifts. A lot of them were 3 to 11. Excuse me.
You just testified you don't take a lot, but you're taking 20 milligrams of Percocet a day, 60 a month.
And that's what I'm prescribed.
I understand, but normally that's a large amount of opioids.
Mhm.
I want to make sure that we're in reality here, that you are taking a lot of medicine. And so if you're taking 10 milligrams in the morning and 10 milligrams at night, then that absolutely could alter your ability to make good decisions.
Yeah, I could see that.
So
Anything further from the panel? Follow up, Mr. Walker.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Torrey, you will have a chance for a closing statement. Is there anything you'd like to share with board panel at this time?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Walker, we'll have your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a licensee who has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Since 2020, Ms. Torrey has had issues in 3 different facilities. It's more than just a coincidence, it's a pattern of bad behavior. We have shown today that Ms. Torrey gave discontinued medication to patients. By doing so, she acted in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of a person under her care in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1C. We have also shown where she failed to document administering such drugs, some for an entire month, while still documenting others. She repeatedly failed to make entries, essential entries and records in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G. Her reasoning for this was that she was not familiar with the system, which the evidence shows that she was familiar enough to document some of that medication. And lastly, she admitted to taking not 1, but 2 cards of medicine home from the facility. Ms. Torrey put the medicine in her purse to remove it out of the way. 6 days later, while being questioned, she offered to bring them back. For it to be at her house, she had to remove the pills from her purse and purposely left them at home. That goes beyond the scope of forgetting them. Ms. Torrey also returned the medicine cards short of the number of pills that she had been in them. The board panel has the authority to revoke or suspend the license of Ms. Torrey. Accordingly, we respectfully request this board panel exercise all available options within the board's power in regards to Ms. Torrey's license to practice nursing in the state in order to protect public safety.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Torrey, if you have a closing, you can make it at this time.
No, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. And hopefully, if you decide to let me keep my license, I can go forward doing better. Because there's not one part of the past 12 years that I have not learned something every single day from somebody. So all I can do is move forward.
All right, thank you, Ms. Torrey. That will conclude this matter. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary on these matters.
I'll make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on case number 2022-0565 and 2020-0856, 2021-0207, 2022-1013. And let the record reflect that those last three matters have been consolidated.
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session and will return at 1:15.